says at level 10 you get Resonant Bellow. That's what I see.
Yeah.
I don't see let's see. I don't see a.
Or is it just part of the barbarian?
The regular, no, the regular barbarian level. It might be. I mean, look at it again. Be sure.
Yeah, I
All
think it's the
solid
regular
stat feature.
barbarian thing on what it says on D&D 5e optional.
Okay. Let's see. Level 10 path feature. Oh, this must be an optional thing. This must be an optional thing, right? Optional,
Yeah, it
like
says
optional.
optional next to it, so.
Right. So that's probably why I'm not seeing it here in the book. It must have added it or something. I don't know. Just pick other ones for now. I'll get back to you on it.
Another one. Okay.
Yeah, just pick some other skill or something.
Okay. Cute. Alright.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Alright, well, I think I'm ready for the most part. Alright, I'm ready.
Alright.
But I'm not rushing y'all, so just take your time.
I can do the recap. So we're started in the tavern and we have an amazing meal. It's very delicious. Literally in my notes I have Aspen can both better than land. Ezekiel went to the notice boards to find odd end jobs and to find something to do. And then after that, Ezekiel summons the mansion so we can talk about, well, not the mansion, but like the study area, I can't remember exactly what it's called, but the weird.
Sanctum or something.
Sanctum, yes.
Yeah, something like that.
And then before we all go in, we find out that Kaylin, the waiter, is interested in Sienna, and he makes her tea, and they have a fun conversation. Lan, so I think, yep, we all make it into the sanctum, and Lan recaps how the meeting went with Ezekiel and Madame Salt. And then Ezekiel also recaps his research on the Thalgroth, because he got tasked to find and handle the Thalgroth by Madame Salt. And we just go over our options for that. There were lots. And then Ezekiel ended up deciding we're going to go talk to both the Brian Wolf King and the Spirit Wolf King for help with the Thalgroth, and just figure out what our options are with that. And then trying to find, and then when we go and do the helping build the Coliseum job. And to get that done, we separate the party into a few different groups. And so Emrys, Aspen, and Soot went down to the lower sub-levels job. And clearing out that way and stabilizing that. Simon and For Kappa did the arcane stabilization job or section. And then Ezekiel and Sienna went and talked to the crew members to figure out if anything's going on, if there's anything that's being missed. And we all accomplished our tasks. We all rolled very well, and we did very good. Teamwork, it was wonderful. It's funny because Sienna got a nat 20 on intimidation for them to do their job correctly, and it was very fun. And then at the end of the session, Ezekiel went and found the princess to have her talk to the king about the fall girl. And then that is where we ended.
Alright, take 1d10 of inspiration. As we open in the lovely city of Brynhold, where do you guys find yourselves? I'll let you choose where you think you would be at. I think we still have Land's quest to do.
Yeah, Lance still has to go talk to his contact. We ended the session, like, as he was going there, I think.
Okay. Before we do that, you guys can decide where your characters are, because I'm fuzzy on where we left off. We got kind of spread out. But you're returning in quest at the Coliseum, and you did manage to assist them very sharply in their rebuilding efforts. And now everything's getting more organized. As a matter of fact, they've even made the royal, it's called the royal something. I'll get it in the notes here in a second. But it's an area where all the royal guests like sit, like kings or whoever's in particular, I guess, nobles of some type of note, I guess, sit there. It's a VIP section. Okay, I should just put it that way. So they were able to actually add that on too with your guidance. Not that not that it does anything for the normal people, but anyways, Lan, I think we'll just go ahead and cut to you. That seems to be the most fair thing to do because we didn't get to your quest. So let's do that. Just remind me. I'm looking on the notice. This wasn't a notice board thing, was it? I think this is a. Are you talking to Kieran?
I'm trying to remember actually. Oh, it was Elias.
Oh, you're going to do that thing to try to. It's called the.
Uh,
Fuck. Hang on. Let me scroll up. Are you going to try to do that thing? Yep.
Yeah.
Stillness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Just a second.
Okay.
All right. Elias Harper. Yay. I got his sheet up. All right, cool. All right, Lan, you do find a place, sort of away from most of the populated areas that are really loud, for example. So focus. Right.
And then what do? I roll a d6, right?
Yeah, you roll 1d6.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, Lan will actually just stay up in the room, and he'll kind of he'll sit in the middle of the room. He'll sit down, cross his legs. He'll kind of take a deep breath, and then he'll pull his mask up. So now he's in shadow form, and he will roll a d6, and he will start through the mask trying to reach out to contact Elias. And let's see if he's successful. D6. Hey.
Okay, I believe that's the good result. Yep, that's a success. All right. So you found a place where Breinhold's noise dulls rather than stops altogether. And as your spirit's stillness, as you enter that state, nothing too dramatic takes place. It never does. The city doesn't vanish, but it does recede in your vision. Your awareness narrows until there's only one sensation, a thin strand of presence, and it extends from you. Not like a light or a force, it's like a thread attached to the spirit that is now bound to your mask. And it slips free from your body and drifts outward as it leaves the material plane. There's a brief sensation of pressure, like passing through water like passing through a still surface of water. And it goes into the spirit world. Here, things don't have edges the way they should. You feel currents, different memories, emotion, old wounds in the barrier flowing past with no sound. And the thread moves through it all quietly, guided by focus. Distance doesn't feel like miles here. After a moment longer than you'd like, of course, the thread meets this resistance, and then it pauses. Then the awareness turns towards you. Some figure with immense spirit power standing in front of the thread. He looks over at it. Elias's presence is steady, grounded, awake. And then the thread connects with him. And your awareness links up as if you're telepathically communicating with little effort. And the spirit world releases the thread. And the resistance from that lets up, and you are now connected to him.
Lan will take a deep breath again and just say, Elias, is that you?
There's a brief pause, and then you hear a yes. Comes the response. Not too loud. He says, I felt you before I heard you. You're far from Whitmore. If you're invoking spirit stillness, this must be something you're using when it matters. What happened, Lan?
We are currently in the city of Breinhold, and I'll keep it short and sweet. We have discovered evidence of someone or something calling itself Tholgoroth. I don't know if it's a Tholgoroth or the Tholgoroth, but this is apparently not just our a world-ending thing, and not just our world, but potentially the spirit world as well. And my friends and I are doing our part to enlist people here in the mortal world. I am trying to enlist help in the spirit world. Is that possible?
Is Tholgoroth, is it spoken of lightly? What you've learned is accurate, then you're not dealing with a creature that can be confronted directly. Entities like that don't invade, they just wait for them to weaken. They wait for the world around them to weaken and they just devour it, pretty much. He says the spirit world can't strike at it. Not yet, not without risking the barrier itself. But we can do something else. So we can watch, we can warn, and reinforce the places it would feed upon. If the Tholgoroth is growing, it'll be drawn to a convergence, some kind of spectacle of power, mass attention. And if it's already here, it doesn't really need to be a cataclysm level of event. Bring this to the Spirit Council, not as a call to arms, but as a matter of containment and vigilance. It will take time and it will draw eyes to the matter. Until then, your role is not to hunt it. Your role is to prevent it from being fed. That would be my advice. Also, be careful where power gathers. And be careful who benefits from disaster when disaster nearly strikes but doesn't quite finish the job. You did the right thing reaching out, Lan. Just don't make me regret letting this thread remain unseen.
Thank you for the advice, Elias. And we are actually hunting it in a way, not directly, but I think in the ways that you'd said, in ways to prevent it from feeding anymore. So that's kind of what we're working on right now. But yeah, my job was to get a note to the spirit world and ask them to essentially be ready if/when the time comes.
I'm not normally an authority to say, but since we are secured by the stillness thread, I can tell you that the Spirit Council does obtain artifacts that probably could deal with a matter such as that. However, asking me to acquire that from them will not go well. They will most certainly say no to me, and if I try to ask Illyriel to do it for me, that's not a good idea either. I don't have that level of authorization, but these artifacts do exist if we could find a way to get one. Could contain the Tholgoroth.
Where do we need all the artifacts or just one?
You could probably get this done with one. I believe your I believe King Alaric has something equal power to an artifact in the spirit world I'm talking about. He has this protector that he wears. King could also deal with it if he wanted, but I've come to understand that there's a cost to using his artifact's power, but nobody seems to know what the cost is. Maybe that's just a rumor. I don't know. Somebody was talking about it here in Whitmore, but how the fuck do they know? They were 8 ells deep, blubbering.
Well, it kind of makes sense.
Asking the king directly, though, I mean, that's essentially the same problem you have with me trying to ask the council here in the spirit world. You don't just walk up to the king and ask him to save Reinhold, I guess, even though you should be able to.
Is there something that we can do for the Spirit Council to get them to listen more intently?
I guess it's possible. I have seen others convince them of things in the past. I've done a fair amount of convincing to my handler, so I mean, I guess it's possible. The good news is, they do not act on things that might happen, but they would act on what is already destabilizing the balance. Like threatening the barrier, for example. They would take that immediately serious. If the Tholgoroth is there, an artifact capable of sealing it would not be issued lightly or quickly. Such a thing would be considered the last resort, especially interfering with the material realm. If you want the council to take this seriously, you will need 3 things. You need proof, and that doesn't mean stories, not fragments of lore, just evidence that the entity is already fed, or is actively poisoning itself, or positioning itself to do so. Containment risk, a clear demonstration that inaction will lead to imbalance, and like I said before, damage the barrier. And lastly, precedent, something that shows this has happened before. Which, knowledge of a Tholgoroth exists in the spirit world. It's not as if you'll be trying to convince them of something they don't know about. They are fairly smart, so I'm sure they know what this creature is. So you at least don't have to explain it to them as if you're describing something out of thin air. Something that shows that he's a devourer class entity, because that's what it is. If you could provide those things, the council might authorize an intervention. Not a weapon, maybe, not a kill order or anything like that. A seal. Even then, it would not be placed in your hands casually. You would be judged not for strength, but for restraint. Understand this. If the council moves, they will also begin to watch everybody involved, including you, Kathira, and everyone in Breinhold. No threat, it's just the truth. So if you choose this path, be certain that the catastrophe you're trying to prevent is greater than the scrutiny you invite.
Well, considering that one of our party members has become as close to a Tholgoroth expert as we can get, he everything that he's read and told us has said that this is on a scale that makes the return of the Tyrant King look like a walk in the park, then yes, if scrutiny is the cost, then so be it. We'll work on getting these 3, I guess, items of proof or ways of proof to convince the council to provide an artifact to seal the Tholgoroth. So I guess that is one of our courses of action.
You start to feel an itch in the thread, and it's almost like the thread splits off as another one connects to it. And you feel Elias roll his eyes. That didn't take long. There's a faint shift in the connection. Let's see. So the third presence settles in to the connection. Very cool, focused, and just composed. You hear a female voice. You're asking the wrong questions. The voice doesn't echo. It just exists between your thoughts and the thread. You feel Elias's thread stiffen up. He goes, Lyriel. She goes, yes, I know. You asked whether the Spirit Council could be convinced. That suggests you believe this is a matter of persuasion. And, it isn't. The council will respond to imbalance, not harm. And imbalance leaves traces. If Tholgoroth is fed, it has already disturbed something we can measure. Elias, you were correct about proof, but incomplete. What I need to know is this. The thread tightens in her direction. Are you trying to stop a catastrophe? Or are you standing too close to the soil where it intends to grow? And Elias says nothing. It's like he can't come up with anything. Lyriel responds, because if you are correct, a seal may be authorized, but not to protect Breinhold, to protect the spread, which means some things may be allowed to fail. So carefully, as the thread is not private anymore. And yes, Lan, I am listening.
So the Spirit Council would sacrifice Breinhold, is what you're saying.
No, nothing of that. No, of course not. No, we don't want. We are the protectors of the material realm from the demon world, or the demon realm rather, demon world. No. I'm not suggesting you just let Breinhold be destroyed. What I'm saying is that proof is there, and I should be the intermediary between you and the council. Is actually what I'm saying. But if you fail, you have to be willing to have a backup plan, or you'll probably end up losing Breinhold because you won't get another seal. So what I mean is you have to be prepared to lose the city you're trying to save from this cataclysm. However, if you don't, all of Breinhold gets, or all of Forlonde eventually will become victim to this, unless maybe the king steps in and the rumors are true about his artifact.
Well, then I guess we just to make sure that we don't fail, now do we?
She says, of course, in a very cheerful voice. That's the spirit. No pun intended.
Uh-huh. Okay. I'll take this information back to my friends, and we will be on the lookout for these 3 things. So that, Lyrio, you can take it to the council so we can get this artifact. I think those are all my questions for now.
All right. I will take this to the council. And I will be in contact with you as soon as I have an answer, if I'm able. But first, Elias, I'm coming to Whitmore. Your assignment has been extended, and it's getting worse, so we have some work to do. He speaks up. I know. I've been trying. This damn flute. The sound of this flute just won't go away. I'll be waiting. Good luck, Lan. And you hear Elias's connection disconnects. And then Lyriel's disconnects shortly after that.
Lan is going to take kind of another deep breath as he and open his eyes slowly as he comes out of the trance, for lack of a better word. And he's just gonna kind of be looking around and say, flute. The sound of a flute. And then he'll stand up after that, and he'll pull his mask down to go out of shadow form, and he'll reach up and grab one of his earrings. He'll reach up and grab the Fortaka earring. Say, hey guys, I'm done with my little, my side of things. How's everything going at the Coliseum? Are you guys still there? And he'll wait for anyone to respond.
You guys?
Did he do this like after we did the Coliseum thing? I know we gotta do it that way, but or is it this happening like during when we're doing the jobs?
No, I'd say this would be during, yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, you guys were working all day long pretty much on the Coliseum thing and those other jobs. So I would even venture to think that maybe Lan got this done early. And this sort of comes in towards the time right before Sienna rolls her nat 20 to tell everybody to get their asses to work. Around that time he would come in like, all right guys, I'm done.
All right, then yeah, Lan is gonna head to the Coliseum as he's talking to them and say, yeah, I got some things to add. Don't know if it made it any easier. Knowing our luck has just made everything worse and more complicated, so I'll explain when I get there. And then he'll let go of the earring and basically at like a quick jog make his way to the Coliseum.
Okay, so you make your way across Breinhold to the Coliseum. Have your market and the vendors on the way as you get there. You eventually regroup with the party, who's had a successful round of side questing.
All right, so as Lan regroups with everyone, he's gonna wave and say, hey guys, so let's go, and he'll point to like, I'm just gonna say there's a tree where everyone is like pretty far away from it in like the middle of a small patch of grass. and he'll kind of lead everyone over to there. And then as everyone gathers around the tree, he will explain what Elias said about looking out for proof of Thulgaroth either feeding or about to feed, because he'll explain that Elias said that there's no actually fighting this thing. It's purely trying to starve it is the only way to quote unquote defeat it. So he'll bring up the feeding, and then he'll bring up the looking for damage to the barrier between the spirit world and the mortal world. And then I didn't get the third thing. What was the third thing Elias said? It was proof of feeding, or that, yeah, like proof of feeding in some way, damage or potential damage to the barrier. I don't remember what the third thing was.
Oh yeah, because he said you should bring 3 things if you want to convince him. The third thing. Convincing. Okay, proof, containment risk, and precedent. Precedent would be pretty easy to do because Lyral has confirmed that when one appears, there's a signature that it emits. It makes it a little easier to find.
Like some of those correlate to some of the jobs we did, like Cybin and for Kappa, finding the rune that said containment is preferred to disruption, and like the job that Aspenson and Emrys did of stabilizing that area with all the rocks.
Right. So you get you put it in. Yeah, you put it in terms of conceptualizing it, and so yeah, there's two immediate ways to defeat it: is to starve it, which is unlikely, and the other way is to contain it. Like if you can't kill something, you most certainly can seal it away somewhere forever. I mean, that's what wizards have done forever throughout Forlonde when they've been unable to defeat some creature, they just seal it away. Or banishment, and that's a very common spell tactic, and you've seen that used among your party members. But yeah, that's another way, but you have to get close enough to the Thulgaroth to cast a spell like that, and getting close enough would put you in immediate danger, right? So in concept, containment is what Aspen begins to sort of explain to you guys. Anyways, my bad. I know I just took off there. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Lan is going to take out as everyone is kind of relaying their different side quests, basically. Lan's going to start jotting down. He's going to take out just like a little pad that he has, basically like a notepad, and a piece of charcoal, small, sharpened, like basically the size of like a golf pencil. And he'll just start writing, like jotting notes down about how the job with Cybin and for Kappa, just looking at my notes yesterday, like the wards on the foundation stones were originally put down to basically gather up all the energy from the events in the Colosseum, and essentially funnel that energy down to Thulgaroth. So he'll make note of that. He'll write down about Aspen, Emrys's, and Soot's a job, about I wrote down shoring up the defects and rerouting the incoming pressure from the Colosseum events potentially being used by Thulgaroth. I don't know. It kind of sounds like the same thing as Cybin, so it's probably just poor note taking on my part. So yeah, anything that could potentially be used in Thulgaroth's favor, Lan will jot down on his little notepad.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
So after everyone kind of relays what they did, Lan will just kind of go over his notes again and say, okay, so it looks like we can show, for Cup and Cybin, you guys can provide, like, you saw basically proof of potentially feeding.
And they'll take our word as proof. I mean, not that we're lying, we're telling the truth about it, but like.
Well, we don't really have a choice at this point, so it's what we have. I'm gonna go out on kind of a limb and say that perhaps what you, Emrys, and Soot found.
So like the presence of kind of feeding and.
Well, no, that the feeding would be what for Kappa and Cybin did. I was gonna lean towards what you guys did. Now this could be a stretch, but I think it could either go in the potentially like damaging the barrier between the realms.
That makes sense.
That or the precedence of awakening. I want to say the what you guys found and the defects and the wards and how it was rerouting the pressure.
That would like blocks the incubation of the Thulgaroth.
Yeah, so I think what you guys found was basically, yeah, like it would be ongoing damage to the barrier between the realms.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have 1 and 2 covered. And
what's the third one we need?
The precedence of, I wrote down precedence of like awakening, that it is, I guess, which it's, if I remember right, I think Lyria has that covered from the spirit realm side. So I think
3 for 3. Woo-hoo.
I think we have all 3 things covered. It's not the strongest arguments, but it's what we have. So
if this is what they require to act on something, then feels like we got all three the things they require. Alright, do we all need to go to Spirit World Court and present our case to the council?
Isn't that what your contact said, that we had to go and present our case?
Well, Lyriel actually joined the conversation and said to go through her. I am kind of worried about Elias, though, because at the end of the conversation, him and Lyriel mentioned something about the situation in Whitmore getting worse, and something about the Elias said something about the sound of a flute that won't, like the sound of someone playing a flute and it won't stop. And then they both severed their connections to me, so I don't know. Maybe we take a trip back to Whitmore.
So they gotta go fight the Pied Piper in Whitmore and tell him to stop playing his instrument?
Did he say if he heard the noise? Because I remember making a flute a long time ago, but I don't remember who bought it or if it's still in Whitmore or not. Did he give any details?
He just said the sound of a flute won't stop.
We don't keep records of purchases and receipts and transactions?
No, because that's how you get in trouble. If you don't have a record, they can't accuse you of anything. They don't know how much you're selling, so they can come back to you for, anything like that. There's no documentation. It didn't happen.
Man, you leave a place for 5 minutes and then it goes to shit.
No, it's like we just saved this place and it's already having problems again. Jesus Christ. So
Can you
is
tell?
Lyriel... What was that last one?
Yeah, can you tell Miriam our proof and our presentation of evidence? You take it to the council while we go to Whitmore.
Yeah, is this like a on hold thing that we have to wait for her to do? Or is this like we tell her and then boom, we go to the spirit world and we're like, hey.
That's a very good question. I'm not sure. She just said when we get the proof to notify her and she would take it to the Spirit Council. I believe she's going to be in Whitmore because she mentioned that's what her and Elias were talking about. I can try contacting her again the other way I did with Elias, but actually let me scroll up and see what the DM said about that ability. Once per day. Okay.
Well, if she's already in Whitmore and that's where our next quote-unquote side quest is, if we're not doing anything from the bounty board, why don't we just start making our way to Whitmore and then you can contact her on the way there.
We have the competition. Did you not want to compete in the Coliseum fights? Because we've been trying to do that for ages and it hasn't happened yet.
Have they gotten fully set up for that? I mean, I know we fixed and repaired the Coliseum, but were they fully set up to start doing the tournaments again? So then we kind of have priority and dibs on what we want because we helped, but just wondering if they're quite set up for that yet. Yeah, they're acting like it's going to be a little bit before they started doing actual tournaments. And like everything else, like all construction keeps getting pushed back month by month by month.
There are actually signs, yes. The work that you guys did, I think he would have told you actually. It makes sense that he told you because you were interested in participating.
Yes.
I mean, and they gave you that. Didn't you win as part of your reward a favor, like a favorable entry? Yeah. So that would come with probably the date of the tournament. It's to be determined still.
So it's still months in advance. That's construction too, so they have no clue when they're finishing it.
You sped it up, but it's not like it's going to start tomorrow. Yeah. So I mean, but you sped it up. You sped the work up by months actually. So yeah, you advanced the timeline that it will be complete and ready to open. A lot of the vendors have left Breinhold by now. There's only like a couple left, but they're local. Like they're just not too far out of the city limits. They come here all the time, sort of thing, like every weekend. The other vendors that were here for the tournament, they're gone.
So yeah, they gotta get the word out to get them back, and
yeah, the city's still trying to make sure that they understand that it's safe to come back.
So yeah, we have some time before the actual tournament starts.
Well, not to sound callous to Elias, but is there anything on the board? And he'll look at Ezekiel as he says this. Is there anything on the board that seemed like imminent or immediate that we should maybe try and help like now? And if not, if everything kind of seems like it can wait, then maybe we head to Whitmore.
Looking through the notice board.
Wasn't there a handout for the notice board in your cabin?
Moonbow notice board. It's the first one.
We could solve something at a vineyard, look for a missing shipment, do something probably shady and illegal.
It's not illegal if you don't get caught, just saying.
I say that all the time and you get after me for that. Oh, mandated Jason Sigil. That's a land street. Shady and illegal. Bonus of sellers declared safe by sunset. That's a challenge. That's fun.
I mean, none of these are imminent threats, but that we know of. We also haven't gone and talked to any of them.
Well, looking at going through them, the missing shipment along the East Road, we could potentially do that one on the way to Whitmore. We can check that one out on the way to Whitmore. We could also see. God damn, I want to turn that down.
Ooh, alarm's going off. Run towards danger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Danger afoot, we go! And then Ezekiel stands up and then he runs after the guard. Come on!
Land's gonna look at everyone else and say, "I guess we're following Tall, Dark, and Clanky," and he'll run after Ezekiel.
Clang, 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 as he's running.
Pepper's just gonna shake her head and say, like, and what was it gonna be if it was just a person with a cart of food and like food, and like we're all gonna run after them? This is setting a bad precedent.
Pretty sure Fur Cup is fucking rich right now. Pretty sure Fur Cup is in the 1%.
All right, so you guys follow outside to see what's the alarm is, I guess. I mean, that would make sense. All right, so you guys head out and you're moving through Breinhold, and you notice the city's rhythm has changed. People sort of pausing mid-step as you step outside, and people trailing off conversation. Then a horn sounds somewhere in the upper districts, and then a second horn, and then there's more bells. So it seems like a procedural move. So you hear the guards begin to, or you see the guards begin to move with purpose, not urgency, just ready. Street patrols split, reform, and harbor watch signals go up along the waterfront. You see these massive flares just shoot across the harbor, signaling something. Um, let's see. You see chains being raised across some of the narrow streets, heavy practice, cutting off the alleyways. Um, a voice cuts through the crowd too, says, "Clear the way by order of the watch." And everybody's getting immediately out of the way out of these elite watchmen in these dragon scale like plate armor with glaives as they march through the fucking city. Um, People don't run; they just simply step outside as these immense guardsmen go through. And as you round you guys I'm sure you guys are obviously probably following them because a lot of the people are too. But people are curious what the hell's going on, and you guys are, I guess, following them. I'm sure, right? It's not illegal to follow the guards.
Yeah, I'd say we are.
Like, nah, we're just gonna stay here, man. Fuck that. That'd be funny as shit. Nah,
The guards got that handled. We're good.
I mean they might. I mean they look pretty formidable as they march by. These are the advanced city guard that you saw. It was like four, and they were like mass. The plate armor was all like in dragon scale, and like sharp and had like.
I'm gonna do something stupid. Not stupid. Can I go ahead? You go ahead. You go first.
I was just gonna say, can Ezekiel use his wings, like bamf them out, and then fly up into the air and see if he sees anything off in the distance?
Yeah. Yeah, so you summon your wings, smell of salt, hits the vicinity as they sprout out. These green, like these dark green, like pale wings. They're just lofting off your back like mist. And you fly up. So the rest of you follow, I suppose. Unless Aspen, you said you were going to do something silly.
I wanted to just grab one of the guards and ask him what was going on. Stop him and just grabbing on him and just asking him what.
He turns to you and says, "Brave hero, we may need your help, as we don't know what's happening either. We're responding to whatever that alarm is."
Okay, I guess we need to wait. I was expecting City Watch to have an established alarm system that everyone would understand, but okay.
No, they know what the alarm stands for and where to go.
Okay.
Which means they probably need to respond to something with force. I mean, you see them carrying their.
That's my specialty.
You see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see them carrying their weapons and like effortlessly. These guys move quick through the city for wearing plate armor. It's almost scary. But if you want to follow them, you can.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's guards funded by the capital, by Evan Thorne. So yeah, they're not going to be wearing. You can clearly see these guys don't have the cheap shit on. And they march through. Some have gunblades actually. There's at least two. There's one guy with a gunblade in each group of 4 of those advanced guardsmen with the dragon armor. So they're going down there. You guys are following, I guess. And as you round the corner, the reason for this becomes clear. In Ezekiel, you can see it 80 feet in the air as well. As you look down, you've got a clear view of the situation. The section of the street has been hastily cordoned off. And guards are like kneeling around someone on the stone. There's like a puddle of blood and stuff down there. And Ezekiel, you see the cook, Keelan, injured. Blood mats on one side of his face, and it's wetted his sleeve, his own blood. His eyes are clenched shut, one hand braced against the wall, as you see some cleric pressing a cloth to his brow. The air around him lifts up in the sky, and Ezekiel, it hits you. It smells faintly of this sharp and acrid, like alchemical, not natural, some sort of chemical smell. It seems he's conscious, furious.
Is there, like, if I look around the area, is there like an immediate threat in the vicinity that seems hostile? Like some type of entity going around slashing people or making a wave building the building, something like that.
Perception check as you look around, because yeah, now you're thinking, oh, there's somebody, maybe there's a thief or something, or an assassin.
17.
Let's see. So you do glance across some of the rooftops, and at first you don't see really anything that you immediately recognize as someone fleeing the scene. If anything, you see maybe the crowd of curious bystanders coming out. A lot of probably Keelan's friends, and then something does catch your eye. You see a hooded figure climb up almost effortlessly the side of this building, about 600 feet, or about 600 feet away from you, off in the distance.
Are they moving away from the scene in like a hurried manner?
It actually looks like they've turned and they're looking in that direction to see what's happening in the city. So you're not at this distance, you're not for certain, but it does look like a suspicious individual. Why would you be on the roof?
Yeah, why the fuck would you be on the roof? He's gonna hold his earring and he's gonna look down at the group and say rooftops, and he's going to point at the individual for the individual to see him pointing at them, and for his party members to like trace his finger and see where the individual is. And then as soon as everyone sees where he is, he's going to just start dashing 80 feet in the direction of the individual.
Yes,
Boom, boom,
it is
boom,
a
boom,
rooftop. You're right.
Whole couple's gonna yell back through the earrings. Like, I can't see over people's heads. What makes you think I can see on rooftops? Clear instructions.
Elaborate.
There's a suspicious individual on the rooftops that looks like they shouldn't be on the rooftops. Probably worth questioning.
Is it you?
No, I'm in the air.
Ezekiel, as you move closer, you can see something. He is holding one of his arms pretty tightly.
Like as an injury, or he's just...
Yeah, like
can
he's
I
trying,
not tell?
like it's broken, or I mean, his arm doesn't seem to be moving much. The arm that he's holding, the rest of the arm looks can tell that much. You're not sure if he's bleeding or anything, but because you're not that close. But as you get closer, I mean, you can see from where he's holding his arm. But I mean, he's still standing straight. Like it's not like doesn't seem like he doesn't. If he's in pain, he's feigning it for sure. He's not selling it at all.
Take it back. Can
Okay,
you
so
grab him from the rooftop, or do you want us to try and
I
grab
was
him up?
I
to
was
the
just
rooftop?
about to say, can I like Superman, like once I get to him, can I like go up and then like basically tackle him, like through the air to the floor, like anime style?
I mean, you're 600 feet away, but yes, sir. You start flying towards him.
Yeah, just dashing 80 feet, boom, 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 boom.
Okay, let me see if he can spot you. All right, so as you fly towards him, your armor is sort of gleaming off the sunlight, and he seems to have spotted you. So he looks in your direction, and then immediately jumps across to another rooftop. And not only does he jump, but he clears like a 60-foot gap easily. It seemed like. And he's beginning to run in the opposite direction, actually towards the Coliseum to get away from you.
I'm giving chase as much as I can.
Okay. You begin to fly at full speed, dashing towards him. The rest of you, what are you doing?
Four Cuppers just looked around at the party members around here. It's like, how am I supposed to get on the roof? I don't have magic weights that pop out whenever the faster I want them. Did you not think that part through?
It's the roof that he was on. It was one. It was more of the actually the guard watchman towers. So that's around 70 feet up. He leaps off of that onto a smaller rooftop. It's about 50 feet up from the ground, I would say. So he leaps over and down, drops, does an action roll, and just keeps running.
Lan is he's gonna ask Ezekiel which which way is he headed? Is he on the street? Is he still on the roofs?
He'll say he's jumping from rooftop to rooftop, heading towards the Coliseum. And he's a hooded figure, and one of his arms looks limp, to try and give them more of a description of what they're looking for.
Ezekiel, you do see um, one of the guards actually intercept him, and they try to attack him, but he sort of parkours his way, like roll. He does like an evasion roll over their back as they swing, and just keeps running. And then the guard's chasing him.
Chasing fucking Ezio out here. Okay.
I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. Only a little bit more. It seems supernatural, or at the very least, this must be a very skilled, trained individual.
Lan is gonna give chase on the street, and basically he's going to start retracing his steps back towards the Coliseum.
Okay, so you know where the Coliseum is. You run past the guards that are seeing Tequilan, and you head towards the Coliseum because you know the most direct route from here. So I'm assuming you do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Aswin's also going to be giving chase on the street in the direction that Ezekiel said to get, towards the Coliseum.
All right, so you have Aspen with you, and you're both giving chase, as athletic as you both are, through the streets, and you know exactly how to get there. Good news is the city's on alert, so you don't have to like push through the citizens. They know what to do when these alarms sound. They've all cleared the streets. And you do notice various alleys are being shut down by the guardsmen in order to prevent, this person from getting away as you give chase. Does
So-
anybody stick back or no?
Like with the guards we were following,
Or with the waiter, your bestie.
Like my wife.
The
Yeah.
bestie.
Poor
Here,
Cup
you
is
got
gonna
this-
look at Sienna. It's like, you gonna save your point for you?
Wait. I think Simon's trying to say something. I gotta turn him up. I couldn't hear you. Go again, Simon.
Forgot I lowered the volume.
Oh, damn, really? Yeah, let me. Okay, there we go. I can hear you now.
I want to reach down and touch the back of Peppa and say, "Have fun," and give her devil wings or diva wings.
Who? So, for Cuppa, you grow these feathery wings that are white, and it grants you the flying speed of 60 feet for the next 10 minutes. And of course, you can hover during this time. So, there you go. You get these wings. Very cool. Pretty dope spell, actually.
Yes. Cup is gonna say thank you to Simon and try to catch up to everybody else heading out that way, so that you can actually try to keep up with them.
Okay, so you use your 60 feet of flying speed, which is incredibly fast, and the uniqueness of the spell, it becomes innate to you how to use wings immediately as the spell takes effect, so you don't have to train yourself, and it's not awkward. You just you take off. The wind in your eyes is something you can easily fix by just putting your welding goggles on, as you do.
Would definitely do that.
As you fly towards the Coliseum with Simon. Anybody else hanging back or chasing too?
so the options are basically chase mysterious person, or I guess Simon is staying back.
No, he's going too. He says he's heading to the Coliseum.
I mean, if everyone's going, I might as well go.
See,
You're not even gonna check on him?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure what's happening because I have Archer today, so I've had to put him down for a nap. So it's been like a struggle for like the last hour.
all good.
So, quick recap: we follow the guards through the city. Your potential boyfriend was attacked, and he's bloodied, being seen to, and we're chasing some random suspicious figure who was staring at him and holding his arm and is running away from the scene of the crime.
Fine. I suppose I will stay with my newfound friend and offer some healing.
You'll have to do that.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
will. It's fine. I don't know what I'm going to do there anyway if they catch up to someone. If it's just one person, you probably don't need all of us.
I mean, the whole city's chasing. There's a guard chasing him too, so there's a good chance that the other guards have been alerted as well. So there's a lot of people chasing this dude that have spotted him.
Yeah, I'll just be
Already.
like, well, I'm not the fastest person anyway, so I'll just stay back and help out with healing. And if anybody else needs any sort of help, I will do that.
So Keelan gets up, or Keelan, I guess. Keelan gets up. I want to maybe change his name. I don't know, but he gets up. He says, "He was good. Far too good to be after coin, I think." There's someone else there too, Sienna. When you look over, it's this person dressed rather royally, like maybe a royal attendant of sorts. you've seen these individuals usually with like royal visitors, and they speak up and say the princess effects have been compromised. One item, small, with no public significance, but it must be recovered. You see Seelan unable to open his eyes. What? I can't see anything. What do you expect me to do? That's sort of what's unfolding down there, Sienna, as you hang back. Is there anything you want to say or do?
I guess, does he look like he needs more healing, or is he just
He looks
kind
bad.
of die or something? I
He's,
did take Cure Wounds because I couldn't figure out another spell to take for one of my many spells I had to collect.
well, he doesn't look great. He's not. He is bleeding a bit from his rib, and you see the cleric that's there has been putting immense pressure on that, and has, when you got there, just managed to heal him.
Dude using
with the spell.
physical medicine when he's a cleric. See how to
Well, no, he was stopping the bleeding and then casting his cure wounds on the wound. So that was happening as he was talking. However, he hasn't opened his eyes, and looks like, as you look closer, it seems like some sort of acid or something out, some sort of chemical was thrown in his eyes.
Sounds good. Is it something like my regular cure wounds would be able to help out with, or are we just kind of? I have a potion of healing.
Let me see. This liquid he got hit with, let me look at it real quick.
Lesser restoration, maybe, Anna, if you have it.
I don't think I do.
Okay. So since it was an alchemical powder intended to burn his eyes, and blind him, cure wounds would be efficient at removing them.
I guess I will also cast Cure Wounds on him. Cannot determine exactly where to touch him.
On the eyes would be, because you want the healing to go immediately from.
Just
I mean,
focus
it'll
on all.
well, it'll prioritize another area of the body if you don't. That's the idea.
Yeah, fair. That's fair. Yeah, I will mainly focus on his eyes since that's what he was mainly pointing out. And eyes are important, and you don't want to mess those up.
Right. So he holds impressively still. For his eyes look really damaged. Like it looks like it's
Oh, this wouldn't be the first time I've fixed someone's sight.
So
Well,
as
not
you place,
Sienna specifically, but yeah, anyways.
I remember. I think. Anyways, as you
That's my
as
other
Sienna,
special friend.
right, as you place your hand near Kalen's face or on his eyes, the magic settles gently rather than forcefully, and the burning fades, and then the pressure, and then you remove your hand and roll the. He is missing hit points, so go ahead and roll the cure wounds dice, please.
Oh yeah, I gotta do that.
As he feels the healing, he goes to open his eyes, and they look red, but they're focused. He says,
I just asked, is that a little better?
a lot better. Now I can see. Next time I won't hesitate. And he sort of winces as he seems like his ribs are still sore even though they're not bleeding anymore.
Would you
But
like
if-
me to make you some tea? Probably wouldn't be as good as yours, but I'm adequate.
Well, I would actually love some tea at the moment. It would probably make me feel better. We'll just have to get back to the vineyards. He blinks a few times, and it seems like the stinging has faded a bit. But yeah, thanks. Stuff burned like hell. And he wipes a little bit of blood from his cheek, and then looks up to meet your eyes, and he says, "I saw them before anyone else did. Too clean, too close. They were lifting something from Princess Leora. This small, deliberate thing, not coin."
I'm assuming you probably didn't recognize the person.
Not at all. He was masked, and had to be. I'm assuming a male with the stature and the way he hit, the way he fought. There, though. Let's see what he does know. He did fight them. Yeah, he said, "I stepped in and thought I could end it pretty fast." And he shakes his head, not angry, just kind of evaluating what happened. They were trained, not a brawler, but very slippery. Had them on the back foot until they realized they couldn't win straight. Then he gestures towards his eyes. That's when they threw the powder, some alchemical powder meant to blind. Bought him enough time, I guess, to stab me and run away. Enough seconds, at least. So I don't think it was some street thief. Someone sent him. Whatever they took mattered enough that they were willing to get spotted to keep it.
Well, I guess hopefully they catch him.
Yeah, let's hope. And that would be kind of how that went. The royal person there is, I guess, one of Princess Leora's, and you do see her actually nearby, like weeping and terrified of what's taking place.
I guess should I go talk to her?
She's being very guarded at the moment, but you can tell that she's crying and very a lot of distress. But her guards have surrounded her. So, I mean, I don't think they would attack you if you approached, but that's what you see.
Do we know what
They're like a
they
phalanx
took?
around her. Let's see. Not by name, but I saw it. It's a palm-sized. I mean, gestures into his fingers, tries to explain what it looked like. It was palm-sized. It was worn pretty close, and not jewelry for show. Something kept on purpose. It had a silver housing, this sea glass inlay, I think. When they took it, it didn't jingle. It didn't catch light. It was meant to stay unnoticed. Princess Leora didn't even realize it was gone until she saw me move. Whatever it was, knew exactly where it would be. This wasn't a grab, it was a retrieval. Has to be something not replaceable. definitely couldn't have been just coin.
I guess just through the earrings I'll relay to the group. Seems like the suspect, perpetrator, bad guy, I don't know what to call him, has taken something pretty important and valuable off the Princess Leora. So really try not to let him get away because they might have gotten something important.
Heard and understood.
Ezekiel will ask Sienna through his earring as he's flying, does he need to be kept alive?
I'm sure that'd be ideal if you want to interrogate them or anything. But I mean, I'm not the master here. You'd probably have to ask Princess Leora, but she's pretty traumatized right now, so I'm not sure we're gonna get much out of her.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so Ezekiel, you notice off there's actually um, off to the side. You see that he's actually managed to defeat some of the guards and keep moving.
Is he taking blows from the guards? Like, are they landing hits on him, or is he just like evading and striking and then moving?
It's several different things you see happening. Um, um, First, he splits into four different images of himself. So it looks like he's using some sort of mirror image. So he splits into four, and it seems at first you're like, what the fuck, and then um, they all move in unison. So the guards go to strike the every time they manage to hit quote unquote him, it ends up being an illusion that disappears. First, you see that, and then he employs more of this sort of powder that he just throws in their eyes. And even if they've got full plate helmets on, it doesn't matter. Like it breaks in the air and just goes into their eyes. And he manages to just I don't know. It just he seems very prepared for that situation or this situation. And he's making his way towards this guy you see now that comes into view. Um, and this is Lance, something that you're noticing more immediately on the ground, about 300 feet away from you. You see this immense half orc uh, with what looks like a great sword that nobody should be able to hold or wield, and he is just mowing down uh, many of the guards all at once. It's almost unreal to see the amount of power he has. And you see these bracers he has on are glowing immensely, and it's like he looks very intimidating. And you see the thief run past him and tap him on the shoulder, and he begins to back up, and they retreat together. So he's joined him in the escape.
Quick question.
Yep.
How far are they away from me now in the air? Are they within 150 feet?
I would say you're about 200 feet away now. Now, because he's had to stop and fight a few times, so you're pretty close. You're 200 feet away. You started at 600.
Okay.
I would say Forcup is around. She would be closer to the orc fellow, I think, if she went Land's direction. I would say Forcupa would probably get the orc into sight within the next round, even though he has turned to escape.
Okay.
For someone of that size, he should not be moving as fast as he seems to be moving.
Okay, so then I'll wait to do what I want to do next round. Then. But, yeah, I'm going to get another within 80 feet of them. And then next round I'll try something stupid, but I'll try something.
Right, so you are closing the distance. And of course, Forkuppa's closing pretty quickly. She catches up to Lan, who's got the orc in sort of. You're coming around the corner to see this guy. Give me just a second. I gotta get some water. My throat is killing me. I know it's a tense moment, but hang on. Let me get some water real quick. Okay, I got my water. All right. So you see the half orc take the great sword, and he swings it towards this. It looks like a well that you see. It's a. You've seen this well many times, like just kind of outside the Colosseum. I would say they're about here when this happens, where I'm pinging. So he takes this um, ridiculously big greatsword and swings it, and this sort of arcing beam shoots out from it and completely destroys the well. And it makes like a crater hole almost, like a huge hole. And they both go in. They both escape down into it. And about a round and a half, I would say, you guys finally come around the corner. Being probably Forkuppa, Lan, and Ezekiel. You see this probably first. You see this hole in the ground that the guards are also now sort of running up to, where the well used to be. And it's not like you approach, and there's like dust clearing or anything like that. It's just simply you see that, and oddly enough, it wasn't like an explosion-like attack that he did.
So it's just like a hole, like a tunnel into the ground, or like the explosion filled the hole and now there's no way in.
Well, as you get closer, and as the guards do as well, they're now approaching and gazing over into this crater-like hole that's now in the ground. And you don't see that it goes deep necessarily, but there is like this rift or something that is like waving around or something, like in the ether there.
Okay.
So, question: Am I close enough to cast Wind Ball, like over it, over like the little essentially just portal pathway through here, so I have to be in the range of 120 feet. Try to like block them from going through.
Wind wall.
Yeah. Like the goal of trying to like slow them down at least or stop them from going through ideally. I mean, I don't know if it'll stop them, but at least make it hurt if they're gonna go through.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's fair.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
the
see.
people to be small structures.
Okay, the half orc got a 19 on the strength save. And the thief got a crit, but that doesn't really matter. It's 24.
Well, dang. So it would be a 3d8 bludgeoning damage halved on a success.
Okay, so they still end up taking damage from the attack. So go ahead and roll the damage. As right after he cuts through the well, this I guess wind, right? This wall of wind apparates in their space, attempting to stop them. They try to dodge, but they end up getting hit by it, and they still will take damage. It does slow them down momentarily, but they still manage to make it through. And that rift-like thing that is in the air is stitching out of the ether slowly, and eventually it's gone. So, what do you want to do?
So the portal that they fled through, it like evaporated and it's no longer there.
It seems like there was a rift there, and it's closed up. Yep. Kind of like a zipper, actually.
Okay. Where is the princess in relation to where we are currently?
They would be back with Keelan, probably 10 blocks away at least. Pretty
Okay.
far, pretty far back where he got attacked.
Ezekiel's gonna hold his hand up to the earring and ask Sienna, or tell Sienna, to ask the princess or the other guy, what did they steal? Because they just got away.
You want me to tell him that he got away?
I mean, would you want to give them false hope and tell them and lie to them? Might as well call the situation what it is. But yeah, ask them what was stolen.
Has Prince Eliora calmed down some a little bit?
Bit, yeah. She's composing herself. A lot more now that Keelan is seemingly not permanently damaged from trying to save her. So
I guess I will approach
the guards
and be like,
the guards are standing down a bit, but not fully, but she's at least composed. So if you approach her now, she may not be hysterical. You think probably.
Well, I will walk over and, like, I guess, ask permission to speak to the princess. If that's okay.
She taps the guard on the shoulder and nods, and he turns and lets you pass.
All right, I will say, my party has informed me that the thief got away. Would you be willing to tell us what perhaps he took?
Okay, hang on just a second. Let me see if Keelan actually. Or no, this is Princess Leora. Of course she would know. Hang on, let me get her inventory up. Right, let me see. So, okay, reliquary. So, as you pass by, and she takes sort of a slow breath, I guess, before answering, and her eyes are a little red still, but from crying, it seems. And her posture is straightened up, and you see her grief setting aside and responsibility setting back in. She says, looks over at Kalen first and says, "He shouldn't have had to do that, but I won't forget what he did." And then her attention turns fully to you, Sienna, and she says, "What was taken was not meant to be known. Even among my household, only a few were aware I carried it." And she reaches to where it once rested, this unconscious sort of gesture, called the Tidebound Reliquary. And it is not a weapon. It does not grant power. That's why people underestimate it. She says, "Inside it is something preserved. A fragment of lineage. Not blood, not a soul, but a simple resonance of their lineage. It exists to anchor me, to ensure that what I am cannot be redirected. If it remains stolen while the tournament of the tides begins, I cannot safely appear before the crowd, not with so many emotions focused in one place. And if whoever hired that thief understands what they've taken, then they didn't steal from me. They stole from Reinhold."
I guess I will relay the information to the party and be like, well, I guess we want to talk about this further when we regroup so we don't have to, like, you know, do this through the hearings.
Yeah, probably. Talking about this in person probably be a good idea. Assuming Aspen's still trying to catch up to the rest of the party running ahead.
Oh, I'll tell Princess Leora. Well, my party will be here soon if you'd like to discuss some further action.
Aspen catches up to the rest of the party that ran ahead and ready to swing the big ass shovel. I was like, alright, where'd they go?
You do see that hole there too when you approach, but the guards seem to have already moved on to sort of clearing up the area.
This is unfortunate.
Is there any scent in the air that would like give hint of where the other side of the portal headed to?
Make an Arcana check. So Simon, you do feel a resonance where this sort of magic, I guess it seems, was impacted in where the well originally was, and it feels like this like an inverted void magic, like meant to take you somewhere, and then close up shortly after. Okay, so do you want to take a break early and then continue, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, we can take our break here.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's do that.
so weird. I don't understand.
Yeah, like something thought through my.
right, so everybody's back, I think. If we're ready to roll, let's roll.
Rock, paper, scissors on, telling the princess we didn't catch the thief. Nose goes.
Again, told her.
Didn't Sienna already tell her we didn't catch them?
Yes, I did.
Oh, cool. So now the awkward walk back.
Yeah, I guess we walk back. We don't really have anything else to do.
So I guess we start walking back to Sienna and the princess.
Okay, so you guys decide to go back and regroup.
We
Okay. All right, so you guys start making your way around, yeah, sort of back to the area where I guess it first took place. I assume, as you group up, you see there, and you sort of see various groups of people there, like sort of congregated, and a lot of there's a lot of people like sing to Princess Leora. It looks like as you make your way back.
Well, Mickey, Ezekiel, since you guys have the personal connection, do you want to go check on her?
Ezekiel want to go check on the princess. Sure. Let's make this interesting. Yeah, I guess Ezekiel is gonna go up to the guards guarding the princess and ask, "May I?"
Uh, she first holds up a finger as she's finishing up a conversation with someone who's there, and then once that's finished, she turns to you and nods.
How do I say this? He is going to look at the princess and say, "All right, princess, we need an exact recount of what happened previous to this, leading up to this point." And then also maybe what was seen about the thieves, any significance about them, if they said anything.
goes, okay, very well. I'll share with you exactly what I know and in the order it happened. And she folds her hands, steadying herself, and she says, earlier today I was escorted through the outer galleries of the Colosseum of the Tides for a final structural review. Engineers, stewards, light guard presence, nothing unusual. At some point during the more than a minute, I think, the reliquary was taken. I did not feel it leave me. There was no jolt, no alarm, only absence. Moments later, Keelan intervened. He had noticed something where they did not belong. I heard steel, then shouting, and that is when the first alarms were raised. The city began its lockdown procedures. As she glances towards Keelan briefly, then back to Ezekiel, she says, I was moved to safety immediately. From there, I was informed that the thief had fled across rooftops and that a second individual was engaging with the watch to delay pursuit. Pauses for a moment, and then she adds, I did not witness the void breach myself. I was told afterward by several shaken guards. That space itself was torn open and both assailants escaped. I would say from the moment the reliquary was taken to the moment they vanished, no more than 10 minutes could have passed. That is everything I know firsthand.
He'll ask, what is this reliquary and why is it significant? It would be helpful if we knew more about it than the average Joe, if you catch my meaning.
Well, she's quiet for a moment, and then she speaks up and says, the Tybon reliquary is not a relic of power in the way that most people imagine. It does not command armies, cast spells, or grant authority by itself. It exists to preserve legitimacy. And she raises the hand slightly. Within it is a fragment of my family's lineage, a record of continuity. It would look like a shard almost. It is how certain ancient wards, oaths, and protections recognize who I am. See, in Evanthorn, we have security measures that only allow family members to enter via these reliquaries. So it ensures that recognition cannot be altered, redirected, or forged. It is perfectly unique. And without it, my presence is less anchored.
And do you have places, I guess, around the kingdom or around outer lands outside the kingdom that require such devices that to need entry to them? Like, could they use them to get into some secret base and pull out a weapon of mass destruction, or go look
Certainly.
at records and? Okay.
Certainly, yes. There are many areas that my family lineage directly should only have access to, and that's what these artifacts ensure. With them in your possession, you can just pass right in. Many of which are, I'll be telling you this, but one of the ancient forge that forges weapons and so forth for my father, places like that. Um, ooh, ancient dragon layers. Um, More specifically, the guardian dragon layers, which only my family have access to. And there are quite many treasure troves all around Evanthorn that they could go into to loot.
So they essentially just got an all expenses paid getaway pass to your entire kingdom and all of its secrets. Cool. Good to know.
Yeah, more like a master key. Now you understand the urgency and the importance, I hope.
It seems a little more than just important, but yeah. What's the guy's name? Keelan that defended the princess?
Yeah. Yeah, the cook.
Um, I'm assuming he's still nearby, so I'm going to ask him. Did you see Steve's face? Did he say anything that sounded pertinent to the situation? Was there anything recognizable about him or his character, or about what he said that could be of use to us? Or did he basically just bag the bauble and flee?
He says, I didn't get a face. That part was deliberate. But their movement, yeah, that really stuck. They weren't street trained. No wasted motion, no flourish. Everything was about proximity and timing. Getting close, staying unseen, leaving fast. They felt like someone used to noble houses, tight corridors, guards everywhere, places where mistakes get you killed usually. And they weren't surprised by me in the least. When I stepped in, they adjusted immediately. No panic, no hesitation. Like they already assumed someone like me might interfere. One more thing, and he kind of rubs his jaw. They didn't protect the item with their body, they protected their escape routes. That tells me they knew exactly where they were going before they even touched the princess. It was definitely a professional extraction. I was blinded from the latter end of the fight, so I'm sorry. There's no way I can identify him. He didn't speak or say anything. He didn't even wince when I kicked him. Not so much as a grunt, nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Lan and kind of bend down and whisper in his ear. I don't want to assume, but your friends, are they known for doing things like this, or is something like this within their capability?
Len will look at Ezekiel and say, we'll see what the DM says. I mean, hold on.
So, Land, some of the smugglers within the Veiled Mandate do move in similar ways, yeah. But that doesn't mean that, unless there was some identifying thing that connects them to your organization, which Keelan can't offer because he was fighting, chasing, and then he was blinded. So I mean, he didn't hear anything, he didn't say anything. This dude just was just focused. So I mean, it's who knows.
Was Lan
So like the parkouring through the street and shit like that. Yeah, mandate members, there are some that can do that.
Would Lan have recognized anything off the half orc? Any markings on his armor or the bracers or just the half orc himself? Because I want to say Lan was close enough that he would have gotten a decent look at everything.
History check.
History check, sorry. Got a 10.
Okay. So, of course, you don't recognize them in ways like, I would say, like reputation or name or anything like that, but there's a familiar pattern here. The way he fights, you've heard of fighters like him before. None of them were heroes or warlords, but they were merely siege enforcers. These would be soldiers or mercenaries trained to hold breaches, delay overwhelming numbers of forces, and buy time during retreats or evacuations is primarily how they operate. Of course, what sticks out is the sword that you saw. It was impossibly large for someone to wield, but he was very large himself too.
Are these siege enforcers? Are they like a dime a dozen, or are they more of a very much more so like an elite type of like yeah, you can hire one, but it's going to cost you a pretty fucking penny because of, like you said, like the equipment this guy was probably wearing, the sword this guy was wielding, his training. Like, I think Lan would be able to figure out that or know that a lot of time and effort goes into training someone like that and equipping someone like that.
Yeah, it would be fair.
Okay.
It would be fair to. It was definitely nothing you've ever seen that's local to this area, like Brinehold. There's not a whole lot of half orcs or orcs, really. I think over here, to be honest.
Okay.
Not really. No, not now. As far as the way he looked physically, none of that, none of that, set off any alarms for you as far as relevance.
Okay.
But he looked fearsome though. I would say you would have gotten a glimpse. One of you actually would have seen him attacking the guards, and he split three of them in half. One swing. But it was like there was this force, this like blade of force that went through that and like cracked into the buildings behind as he escaped.
Okay. All right. I think Lan is.
See, the scene down there where they escaped is pretty gory. Up to, I mean, before, like the part before he escaped, where he attacked the guards that were approaching. Pretty messed up. Those dudes are dead, but oh well.
Yeah, I think that's it for land for now.
Okay. Which object, Slyven?
The one that was taken from the princess.
I would say, wouldn't really be. Yeah, let's do a history check.
Does that count for any and all roll dice or rolls of the dice?
Yeah, it's any roll. Any roll at all. No, it's any 3 rolls, of course. But yeah,
I'll
I
use
mean,
it
if you
on
want
this one.
you can use it on this one. Yeah, for sure. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's see if there's any more information about it. So, Simon, you actually have a much deeper knowledge on this than anybody in attendance. It's archival for sure, and you remember it from restricted texts that were in these redacted royal records. A lot of footnotes that shouldn't have been there that got erased after you managed to peep at them and see what was supposed to be so secret in these books before they were pulling them off the shelf. The reliquary is unique because of what it does. It's because of what it replaces. Long ago, her family, Princess Leor's family, for example, did not bind their lineage directly to Breinhold's coastal wards. They refused. Instead, they created a portable lineage anchor, like a failsafe. It exists so a royal line can be recognized without being permanently bound. Authority can move without dragging the city's magic with it, and no single place can claim exclusive claim over the bloodline. Very controversial decision to do that at the time. People thought maybe they were assembling some sort of permanent control over Raventhorn, but it's already decreed to them anyways. But of course it was very controversial. Nobles argued that it made the royal line very independent, and in some ways that's actually true. Some of the wards could be vulnerable if the reliquary was ever lost. Like there's a lot of people that mentioned like if it gets misplaced or stolen, somebody simply lifts it from you, then something like this could happen when they have access to different things. Well, that certainly seems to have happened today. So,
Well, would I know that something would be like, is there any magical binding to her and the reliquary? Would I be able to like dispel that spell to make it inert? It seems like it's a very like oversight not to be able to just cancel the card because it was stolen and wait 5 to 10 business days to get it replaced.
that's true. You know of no way to like sever the connection if that's what you mean.
Yes, I didn't know if I could like like if there are threads that tie to her that I could like magically cut so it just makes that inert or not. Figured I'd ask.
She says you can undo it if you take it to the forge where it was forged. That's the only way. It was supposed to be indestructible and traceable for this reason. Princess Leora speaks up and says, well, I might add that if they end up using it to cross a ward, I will be able to identify where it's at. I did put that into it.
I'll look at land and
Which seems to kind of explain how she's recovered herself so quickly and not absolutely freaking out.
I Lan, weren't you talking about like found a forge and some fancy armor close by? Even when Fazir was adventuring with you guys?
One of our earliest missions was to recover an ancient dwarven forge. And when we turned that in, we were told that there were other forges spread out across the land that are still unaccounted for. It was one of those ancient forges that was used to make the protector armor that the king wears. That's about it. Was there something specific you were asking about?
That's where the royal armor's made. Maybe they're going there.
Potentially.
There more than one ancient forge like that in the city?
Maybe
Different
not.
ancient forges could make different things.
Well, I highly doubt they're all going to be in one city. They're most likely spread out, but it sounds like something only the royal family would want to have access to.
Sort of looks around and face palms. All right, fine. Yeah, there's a forge in Brighthold. Nobody's supposed to know. If they use it to gain access to it, I will feel it though. That is a good thing.
Where's the forge, princess?
You see, I'm not sure I can tell you that until I've felt them access it. But it's close.
So what I'm hearing is we just have to wait for it to get used and then we can go after them and just help them pray they don't leave the area before we get there.
Or you're saying you don't know where your own mystical magical forge is in your own kingdom.
Oh no, I know exactly where it's at. I'm forbidden to pass that information to you. Not freely, without consequence. It has to be serious, or else I will be unbound from its magic.
You know, I would think that the master key of my kingdom being taken and being given access to, you know, all of the secrets of our and of your entire lineage and kingdom is kind of a big deal, but you know, woe is me. And Ezekiel will just turn
Okay,
around
but
and storm off because
okay,
he's pissed off.
as much as I'm not the biggest fan of the princess, it's not like she was just throwing it around. It got stolen from her. It's not like she was just waving it around saying, "Here, anybody can have it." So I think, you know, a little bit of understanding would be nice. Like, yeah, there are big consequences or big repercussions that could happen, but you know, be a little bit nicer. It's not her fault.
I mean, she sees him storm off and then just turns back to her royal assistant. As they seem to be organizing a way to keep the public sort of quiet about what's happened. Trying to control like the panic and stuff. And not many people are panicking. There's a lot of people around, but you notice there's not a whole lot of people like truly panicking, you know? So it's like only you guys know what actually happened, like in the inner circle there. The public sentiment right now, she got mugged by someone. Alright, so what do you want to do now?
Were there any plants around where the rift opened?
Plants?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, there's a bunch.
Can I go talk to the plants and see if they saw anything?
Plant talk.
That's
If they would.
that's brilliant. Actually, probably like they were there. I mean, if you yeah, I mean they literally watch everything. So
Yeah.
I mean, the ones that aren't damaged from the attack. I mean, there's got to be some around there. Let me check. Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a couple of trees. There's a tree nearby the well, actually.
And I do probably the oldest looking tree. I'll talk to that one. I want to, I guess, trek all the way back to the Coliseum or where they opened the rift thing, and I'm gonna do talk to plants or speak with plants.
Okay. So you make your way over there, Aspen, and as the druidic magic takes hold, the presence you touch is old, not wise in the way people are. Its thoughts are slow, sensory, and rooted in weather, weight, and vibration. And its awareness turns towards you like leaves toward the rain. It does not speak in words at first, only impressions, then shapes them into something you can understand. He motions, stone shapes moved fast today. One was light, quiet, passed close, did not brush bark.
Okay. I'm more curious about if you saw anything about how they opened the rift. And this one was very big and also fast with a big weapon. Wondering if you saw how they opened the light and opened the stones.
Okay. He says, the heavy one. He did not run like prey. You feel the tree recalling some sort of pressure through its roots. He stood. He struck the ground and the air answered. Metal screamed. The space ahead of him opened, not like a door, but not like a path, like the sky folded inward. Cold passed through me, not wind, not shadow, something that did not belong to the sun. The heavy one stepped into it. The light one followed. Then the hurt stopped. They did not flee the surface. They left it.
Be that great sword he has that has powers to open up rifts. Thanks. Yeah. Let's say. Think about what I'm very happy that you and your fellow trees are safe and unhurt, hopefully.
He says, my fingers touched the edge of where they went.
Can you describe what it felt like?
There is a place below that does not welcome growth. Water wants to pass there, then stone closed, then silence. I do not feed there, I do not listen there. For the dark place there are many paths. essentially he's telling you his roots extend so deep that he felt their presence on his fingertips. So wherever they went is underground, somewhere where his roots can reach. There are places beneath this city where roots know better than to grow.
So they could still be within Brinehold, just very deep.
For now. What's stopping the large one from doing what he did again to go somewhere else?
Very true. Wait, gonna recheck that up. Okay.
Okay, so brilliant use of that spell, if I say so myself.
I'm sure by the time all this talking with him is the 10 minutes.
I mean, sure, if you want it to be. I mean, I'm gonna say he could
Mm.
convey this in 6 or 7 minutes, but I mean, it wouldn't take him that long to really kind of speak in the way he spoke. It was, of course, he was like Treebeard, like he was speaking slow, right? But not like, you know.
Not taking all day to say hello.
It was understood. It was clearly understood what he was saying. Yeah. So.
Right. But I know he used the large metal to open the stone, but did you hear them say anything to each other? The light one to the big one? There were any words between them?
He says, yes. They did not speak much. The light one spoke first. Short sounds, like counting. Not fear sounds. The heavy one answered once. His sound was low. It told the other wind to move. After the air was heard, the heavy one made no more sounds. The light one waited. If you are prey, you do not wait. They were not angry. They were working.
Trying to figure out what he means by that. Like, yeah, they're working together, or they're not. One's not necessarily in charge. Or is the big one in charge?
They were injured, but fearless, he adds.
So if they're injured and they're bleeding, do you know what their blood smells like? See if we can track them? Or can you just... Or is that too complicated of a question?
I cannot, he says.
Okay. I guess if they were injured, is there blood nearby, near the trees?
Perception check as you look around.
Can I help her in looking around?
And of course, there are guards in the area too. I mean, but they're more or less just sort of trying to maintain order. Yeah, you can too, Simon, if you want. Go ahead.
Actually, I'll just walk up to her and give her luck as well.
There you go.
Roll again.
So any 3 rolls you can do.
I'm gonna use my advantage from recap.
Recap. Yeah, your recap
Yeah.
D10.
10. 4. Okay, it's up to 12 now.
That's better. Much better. I mean, to spot blood on the ground, you don't. It's 10 or higher usually. So you're looking around, and it's daylight, of course, right.
He's
I mean, you
like
notice
said it.
you do notice some of the gunblade guards have spotted it.
Mhm.
And sort of remove their helmets to examine it further. And you see one of them is a Githyanki, and he's already like dipped his fingers in it and tried to taste the blood.
Very
He
similar to
says-
what Sarah was just commenting on. It's like I just go around licking everything, trying to find the blood. But yes, the good thing. Yeah.
Or you're gonna ask him why he's tasting it?
No, because I would do the exact same thing. So it's just
Right. You understand. You
I
actually
think yes.
understand. Yeah. It doesn't freak you out at all.
yeah, no.
I mean, the guards around him don't seem to be bothered by it. It seems like this is obviously clearly something
Kind
he's
of
done
standard
before.
practice. So yeah.
Yeah. Most rangers do shit like this. It's not too barbaric and prehistoric or anything like that. But anyways, yeah, I mean you do spot some blood that he's found and he's looking at it and he says, half orc, for sure, no question.
Then can I also just go get like a sniff and look at it just so I can get familiar with it to see if I can find it later on?
Yeah, sure.
Very weird question, but also just
Do
well,
a
you can see how he did it.
just do a Constitution check, just flat out. Okay, I would say that you managed to identify that it has certain genetic patterns that give it a distinct taste, and you try your best to commit that to memory. So that if you encounter the blood again, you may be able to use it to trace wherever that creature's going.
And I guess the smarter idea is what Sarah said is collecting a little bit like in a vial so we can locate things or do stuff. The smarter idea, which would be to collect it and not smell it and lick it, but collect it a bit for others to also.
Well, I mean, you do see some of the Brighthold officials that are collecting it already. But you do, I mean, not all of it. So, I mean, there is some that if you wanted to try to get, I'm sure nobody would argue.
I want to try and get a collection of the blood as well.
Okay. Do a, how are we gonna do this? Let's see.
I mean, usually we do like survival checks.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Survival check.
What we do?
Let's do that. Remember you have a gift from luck still. You have 2 more of those.
Oh, sweet. Whoops, I did not mean to click it twice. 21.
21. So you still have 1 use of gift of luck. And you get a
She used
21
luck
here.
on the first one.
Doesn't she get 3 rolls?
Yeah, but I don't think she used it on the first roll. She only did perception.
Oh no, that's right.
and then the-
That's right.
The 8, so the 8's
That's
the
right.
advantage, and then...
That's right, that's right. Good.
21's good.
Yeah, good catch. I totally missed that. She used the D10 on it. So this is the first roll use of it. 21. I would say you're able to get at least half a vial with the blood that remains. It's not much, but it's very dark too.
And then with the stuff I'm gonna go back to the part, track back to the part. I was like, guys, I familiarized myself with the blood, and I got a vial of it, of the half-orc blood. See if I can try and find them and track them. I talked to a tree. They may be underground, deep underground in Bright. Hopefully they're still there. We wanted to try and track them. I don't know if someone has some magic juju to make it. Hello.
Yeah, well, personally, I don't, but maybe we can hire somebody, or the princess can hire somebody to see if they can use the blood to try to locate him, if that would help increase the chances.
I mean, guards also have collections of it, so the princess can use that. We have ours.
This is true.
Are Is there anyone proficient with hemocraft that we can go and talk to? Blood magic? I feel like they'd be more adept at it than normal people.
I mean, best I can do is make a little doll, dip it in his blood, and poke a pin in it, and hopefully, maybe one day, will register over to him. But not really accurate or useful.
Can we hire like a blood hunter or something? A voodoo doll.
Blood hunter, blood cleric, really fucked up ranger.
Or I mean, depending on what level, we probably could go really deep because it's deeper than the tree roots. And then I just start sniffing for blood.
Can you smell blood better than most people?
I familiarize myself with the scent and taste of its blood. I'm hoping it'll help me track it when we're trying to find it. I wouldn't ask. I would just do a little dinky stab and lick their hand.
That's a normal sentence that people say out loud.
Is the princess still nearby?
It's only limited to half orcs, so that eliminates quite a few things.
Leor's nearby, yeah.
We go up to her?
Yeah, she's sort of a bit more relaxed, but she's sort of had a few more officials come over and talk to her about the situation. I mean, there's a lot more people gathering around her and talking to her. But it won't stop you from going up and speaking to her.
Can I try a idea that I have? That'll help locate your the bauble.
What's your idea? She says.
I want you to picture it as clear in your mind as possible. Then I would like to pray to my God to intercede with divine intervention. To try to locate exactly where it's at. If like her visualizing it can help pick where it possibly could be, or get us any hints or leads from the great dude in the sky.
All right, roll D10.
D10?
Yep. So the way to work is you have to get 1 because it's a percentile dice. Oh shit! That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
That is crazy. I've never seen that that feature work immediately. That's never happened. That's never happened. But that's how it works. That's how I roll it usually. There's a D10 or a D100. It's supposed to be D100 and it's 1 through 10. Well, this is kind of
percentile.
percentile is typically D100. I think. I thought it was you have to land a 1 on a D10, but I'm not sure if that's actually the rule.
You're the god. You get to make the rules.
Okay, yeah, rules is written. I'm sorry, I had to go back. It's 1D100. Sorry. If let's see, the number rolled is equal to or lower than the cleric's level. So 1 through 10 is what you have to succeed on a D100. So that's the actual rule. Okay,
Damn.
yeah, so it fit. I got a little excited for a second. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know if that's the rule. And yeah, it seems to be 1D100.
We had it for a moment, ladies and gentlemen.
We were happy, and then he took it away from us.
Oh, that I don't think it works, but I appreciate your patience, Mrs. Leora.
It's worth a shot, I suppose. But you must excuse me. And she goes back to talking to some of the other Reinhold officials.
We want to go deep down underground sewers, see if I can smell blood? Or is there something else you want to do with that puppy? So no one has like locate object or locate creature.
What time of day is it?
It's actually getting kind of late. I would say it's around 6 p.m. or so, 7 p.m. maybe, getting close to that.
Okay, I have a question, and it's pretty out there.
Yep.
What's the name of Sienna's cat companion again? Tiddlewinks? Something like that?
Tiddlewinks.
Yeah. Can he or Seraphine, if I summon him, would either of them, specifically in his wolf form, would either of them be adept at tracking smells since they're both animals of prey?
Tiddlewinks isn't a cat from the material realm. He is a spirit world creature, actually. So he's not actually a cat. Like he can't do like. He's only a cat in like stature and form, right?
He's a fey
and it-
entity that took shape of a cat.
Right.
Okay.
That's just they look like cats. Yeah, but he can't like. No, like he doesn't have those like survival skills to like track things like that. You would know that about Tiddlewinks, and if you didn't, he would tell you anyways. Not how it works with him. He's more of a. It sounds funny to hear him say it in a small form, but he says he's more of a warrior, a guardian for his people.
Okay. And I guess would the same thing apply to Seraphine since he's a summoned fey animal?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that we'd be able to do that. Yeah, he's more of a. He's not a natural creature, so he can't use like beast senses. You know what I mean? To track something.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, but I think so far that tree is giving the best info. I think just a matter of getting down there. I guess, right?
So I guess can I ask the princess what layer of underground tunnels or something would be too far for the root trees that exist here in Brighton? I'm assuming you have knowledge of the layers of the layout. I guess the layout of the layers of Briarfold. At what point do the tree roots stop? I'm sorry, this is a weird question, but
The weird question, but what? I'm sorry.
if the princess knows like the layout of like there's like the top layer with the city and it's like underground if it's like sewer or if there's like a layer underneath that, if she knows like the underground layout of the Briarfold, if she knows where, because like the tree said like where the tree roots like can't go is where they went farther below tree roots, so I'm wondering if she knows of a layer that exists that's even too far for tree roots to grow.
She
I just kind of know what layer to get started on if we do this.
Um. Okay, so you go up to her and sort of present that, and she looks over, and she goes to respond, and she sort of catches her breath, and her head shifts down and towards a certain direction underneath the city, and she just sort of closes her eyes. They're at the forge, she says. I have no choice. I need your help.
Yep, that's what we're here for. That's what we need to know.
And she sees a look of dread on her face as she realizes that's where they went and what possibly they could be doing in there. Look, I need all of you for this, please. I'll tell you exactly where it's at and how to get there.
Otaka to Ezekiel. We're going to the forge. Might want to come back.
Meander my way over, looking at the Githyanki all weird.
Tell us how to get there, and or draw us a map. But yep, leniency would be appreciated.
You don't need anything like that. As she takes something out of her bag of holding, it is a bracelet. Just here, one of you wear this and stay within 30 feet of each other. Can you use it? It will take you to the doorway. The steel, that is. You have to get through the door after that, but that's what the bracelet is for.
Can I make an insight check?
To get back to me,
bracelet?
use the bracelet like so, and she explains it to you, and it will bring you straight back to me because I'm wearing the anchor bracelet on my other arm. And she took off one of her own bracelets to give it to you, and it definitely looks like some magical contraption you may have seen at the Arcano text shop that you visited recently. Insight check, go ahead.
14.
She seems to be straightforward. I mean, she definitely she seems to be switched into a state of emergency. She doesn't really seem like she's bullshitting about this.
And the only reason I asked is because last time we were handed a bracelet, I got poisoned and everyone else got knocked out. So, just covering our bases.
That's fair.
Alright, so we sort of teleport to the door, use the bracelet to get through the door, stop them, and then come back using the bracelet. Because you have the anchor. Sure I'm understanding?
Well, it'll be like a dome will extend from the bracelet and pull you all inwards. That's sort of how it'll work. And then you'll appear at the tomb of my family's ancient forge.
So the sooner we do this, the better, so they don't leave. We can get them.
They're there now. I urge you to stop them by any means necessary.
Any force necessary. That was gonna happen anyways. You got it.
One more thing. If anyone sits on the throne in the room down there, we'll be in serious trouble.
Do you care to elaborate on that, or is that all the warning we're gonna get on no one sitting on the throne?
Well, even with my reliquary, they won't be able to do it, because they need my father's protector artifact to sit on it. But if they manage to do that somehow, if they have a way to get on it by using the forge, if that's what they're in there for, then Maybe they found a way to. Maybe they know what's in there. They found a way to identify what's in there. There's a reason they went in there. I'm assuming they know about the throne. Its secrets. It has immense power built into my lineage. Have you ever seen a city get its sort of uproot itself in the space it's sitting and just move? Like levitate across the ocean as if it were hovering over top of it like a boat? Imagine all of Brinehold lifting from its foundation and just moving as if it were a ship this entire time.
John?
Cloud City, yeah. No, I haven't seen that.
No one has, and they shouldn't. Shouldn't have to move Brinehold from its beautiful place. But that's the types of things that the throne can do if my father were sitting in it, or the current king wearing the protector. Odds are they won't be able to, but I'm just telling you that to add to my transparency about the importance of the items that could be in the room.
Well, we'll
So
do our best to
essentially,
keep them from sitting down in the throne.
so yeah, I mean, unless they're the king, they won't be able to. They have to have his
Right.
specific thing, but like his reliquary would be the artifact, and that's passed down to every other prince that becomes king. So yeah, when you sit on that throne, apparently something ancient and unique happens to Brinehold, and it becomes a moving fortress. Essentially, what she tried to explain.
We just got the Colosseum fixed from it floating and crashing. We don't, try and avoid that happening to all of Brinehold.
I mean, it would be safe from this. I mean, the entire city itself, the infrastructure and everything will be fine above it. It'll uproot from very deep. Now that I think about it, it actually sounds really cool. You guys should go ask the king to just do this so you can just fly around. That's actually pretty cool. But yeah, she passes that off to you and explains that there could be other uses for the forge, perhaps.
And get cozy, comfy, and go there.
Yep.
I mean, since we're seeing practical the danger, if there's any, I guess the princess, if any of like their city watchers, guards around have any like healing potions around that we can just take with us. So it seems like we're about to go into a combat situation. If they just have any on hand.
Let's see. I would say that they would have at least, to be generous for your forthcoming to, helping the princess. They would say that part of, I guess, your reward for doing this would be that they could offer you some potions. Sure. Roll 1d10 to find out how many regular potions of healing they have. So they got 6 of those. They're willing to give you 3 for free. You can negotiate for the other 3 if you want, of course.
Charging us to save your ass?
There's other potions that they have too. 1d6 of, no, sorry, 1d4 of greater healing potions, and that would be it.
What?
Nice. So yeah, they got 4 of those babies. So you can get 2 of those for free. They'll offer you
Okay.
for risking your life, literally.
So 3 of the regular, 2 of the greater. We always want to call that good people.
Okay.
Yeah.
sure. No, go ahead.
It's not
Yeah, I'd say that's good. 3 and 2.
Hell yeah.
3, and I can just hold on to them since I'm 2 greater. Greater potion. Heal. Yeah. Be like, okay. Thanks for stocking up. I think that's everything. We can eat to start this. We need to get within like the 30 feet thing so we can get moved to the area. So she can teleport us to the forge door. You
Okay.
can go back into
Yeah,
that
just
half
within
to start light.
just within 30 feet, and it will take you there. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Whenever y'all want to, if y'all want to do that and get, go there. It's totally up to you. Still have time.
I think so, yeah.
Sweet.
Okay. All right, just a second. Okay. Let me zoom this out. All right, so you activate the Royal Gate Sigil, and make sure this is turned on. It is, okay. All right. See if I can get the actual thing or the party ribbon over there so I can get you guys on this map. As the bracelet activates, this resonant magic that many of you have never seen before, it stretches out as it pulls you inward after it spreads out from the Royal Sigil bracelet. Pulls you inwards. And like pulling you inwards and turning you inside out, only not quite the same way. It projects you outward in front of this circular stone gate that's embedded into the rock somewhere deep in the earth. It seems you are also up to your knees in, well, those of you that are medium creatures, which technically all of you are, so most of you are up to your knees in water as you stand there before the door.
May I look around and see if it is just water.
Yeah, you glance around. It seems like you're in a underground cavern. No wind. Seems pretty cold. You're not immediately aware of where the original entrance to this place may be, but it's pretty dark. There's one torch lit in green right next to the door, kind of illuminating the door a little bit.
Holding onto the bracelet. I guess we try and go through the door. Just looking around, seems like everyone good, ready to go.
Pitch black otherwise.
Pretty much, yeah. It's almost total darkness without that little green torchlight. And your tradition, those of you that have dark vision.
Cast light on my sword and hold it up like a torch.
All right, so your greatsword lights up and illuminates a fair amount of the area. It gives plenty of light out to see your immediate surroundings.
Do we see the door to the forge?
You see the circular door. So you go up to it, and it reacts to the bracelet in your presence, and so it shuffles, and then these like dragon eyes that are on the front of the door light up green, and then shift circularly into like the stone rock in the wall, allowing you entry. You see that the water continues, though. It's still about knee deep, even after you enter.
So no one fire off any lightning spells, or we're all dead.
No, you're fine. I mean, the door opens. You want to go through or not? You guys going through?
Follow. Janelle is following.
I'm going in. I assume all of you are going in, really.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, why even be here?
I'm gonna cast
So, yeah,
Circle of
obviously you're
Power
going
as
in.
we're walking in, though.
Okay, so you go ahead and get that circle of power or daylight.
Quick Circle of Power. What the fuck? Try that again.
Okay, circle of power. So this divine energy radiates out from you, and it sort of creates a magical sensation for those that are sensitive to it when it stretches out. And it's sort of this little sphere, so it's kind of centered on you. And all of you have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magic effects. And that's pretty cool when you succeed on the save. That's pretty
Let
cool.
6 seconds pass and then cast Quicken on Aspen.
Yeah, you can do Quicken if that's what you want to cast on her. It's concentration though, so it'll break Circle of Power.
Never mind then. Figured it was quick.
It does make you quick, but it's not instant. It's a cantrip though. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it kind of keeps it from, I guess, being so OP. You can just back to back do that. But I don't know. That doesn't seem too much of a problem for me. But oh well.
Yeah, I figured it was initiative roll, so I just do a boop, and then I'll worry about it.
Circle of Power still an amazing spell. So you have it up.
I have a technical question. Would arcane traps count as spells when released, or are they a separate category of magical effect?
Well, it depends on what type of magic explodes from the trap. Like if you see a fireball forming, for example, here comes fire damage.
Okay, so then I ask because I want to know if my aura of warding would assist any magical traps. Like if everyone stays within 10 feet of me and a spell goes off, is that going to reduce the damage of the magical trap? Or that's why I'm asking, like, is it separate from just a pure spell? Or well, you said it depends on the type of thing it is.
Yeah, any type of spell damage. And yeah, so if it comes from a spell,
Okay.
whether it be a spell attack roll, the spell that is kind of like a trap, like a ward. If the ward itself was cast using a spell, then yeah, that would no matter what comes out of it, would qualify as spell damage. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So if magic made it, that's what you get resistance against. Not though if it's a sword though, because that's obviously got steel with it as well. So don't get crazy with it. But yeah, to answer your question, yeah, it's spell damage like that. Like if a trap goes off, sets off like a flame fireball towards you, then yes, you get resistance on that. But let's say it's something mechanical, right? Like you smell this gas and oil, and then there's a torch that lights it up, and it creates this flame vacuum like naturally. That wouldn't count.
Right. No, like alchemical and mechanical traps obviously are their own thing. I'm just
Right.
asking, like, yeah, if a fireball went off, like, okay, so that works then.
Yeah.
Ezekiel's gonna ask that everyone stay within 10 feet of him to gain the benefit of his aura of warding.
Okay, I'm gonna
We'll
get
do
you
what we
guys.
can, but that's very close. 10 feet is not that long a range. Try, but
And then
All right.
also
Now,
the
before
aura
you
of
set your tokens down, this is where you're at. Okay. When you drag your tokens onto the board, put them here, please. Or I'm pinging. Okay. Now you can range yourselves as you wish. Let me fix your token, Emerus.
Could you ping it again?
it's right
Yeah.
here.
Y'all
That's
can,
not
yeah,
gonna-
the other players can ping too if you guys are over there.
Yeah.
Is someone pinging? I don't see
Yes.
anything.
On the very west. Like in the middle.
Might
Far left.
need to refresh or something.
Far left, yeah, it's on the far
Oh,
left
okay,
of
I
the
think I
map.
see it now. Okay, it was
left
not on
middle.
my screen, so I couldn't see it. For some reason, I
We're
was
zoomed in on one
off
by
to the.
the
Apparently,
it's a rectangular map, so maybe you were on the very far right of it.
maybe.
You see
There we
where
go.
you're supposed to go? Yeah. Okay. Here, let me
There
get
we go.
work on
Right on target.
my knees.
Let me check
Ooh,
everybody's vision before we even get
stone
started. 'Cause
paths.
it's dark in here. Let me check everybody's vision real quick before we even get anywhere. Devil Sight for Emerus. Very nice. It's one of my favorite things.
Devil dragon in disguise.
Right.
I'm gonna clean it.
Already Sienna, I'm looking at seeing if you have dark vision. Yeah, you don't.
Nope, I'm lame like that.
Price you pay for having all that expertise. I guess. dark vision on Aspen. Make sure that's in there, and it is not. So I'm glad I started checking this as soon as we dropped in. Tyben should have it too. Check his sheet.
I do have a question about a weapon modification that I bought.
Yep.
How do I toggle the +1 to initiative when equipping my carbine?
Let me look at the sheet and see if I'm gonna bring up Ezekiel's now and look at the settings cogwheel over there. See if there's a way. I don't know, right? If you can do, I'm sure there's some sort of initiative modifier you can put in here. Yeah, you can put an initiative modifier when you click on the settings cogwheel next to spells. It's in the middle box, top mid, where strength, dexterity plus, and all that stuff is. See where
Cody,
it's at.
could you drop me in? Deborah said she was pinging it, but nothing was showing up, and I did refresh. It seems like flopping.
That's okay. Just for example, on Ezekiel's sheet, I'll post it in Discord. Where you should go on the sheet to put that, William. There's an initiative modifier there where you just replace that 0 with 1. I think that's how it works.
I think something else gave me a modifier to my initiative orders. Just change it from 1 to 2.
Fix Ezekiel's vision. And now we gotta do Land's dark vision is on there. Nice. Okay. All right. I think that's everybody.
For Katsa's not on the map because I don't know if it's there. It's
She's
real
stuck?
funny or she's just nothing is
stuck.
showing up when I'm trying to ping it. So yeah.
I'm moving tokens around. See, she's stuck under a token. Doesn't look like it.
No, yeah,
Okay.
she never wasn't able to place it, so because she never saw the pinging. So.
Oh dang.
Yeah. Okay, so if you whatever you saw the area, can you drag it to that area?
Yeah, I can force you over there like that.
Wait, maybe she's died.
I know it's annoying when I hate it when my dungeon master forced me to a spot on the map. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? And then usually it was
Oh no,
where
it's more just like the why is it not showing up? That's more what I'm worried about. One more time.
One more time. One more time. Everyone's waiting for you.
Okay, wait. I think I see it.
Are you that?
I'm that zoomed out apparently. I'm off the map. How did I get there?
Oh, I see where you're at. Hang on, I got you. I got you.
I put it right when it was like picking everything and dropping down there.
I found you. I saw you. She was
Thank
off
you.
the map for sure, like out in the void room, like just gone.
Thanks, Cody.
Oh, you're good. I had to zoom out. I was like, oh shit, I should have zoomed out because I seen your problem. Your token was right down there. That's my bad. But anyway, here you are, knee deep in water. And yes, your movement is difficult terrain. If you're going to stay in the water, I know those of you can fly. Some of you can fly. But there you are as you enter and gather yourselves in this looks like half sort of sunken little cavern here after the door sort of rolls shut behind you. And Ezekiel's got light on, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn on light.
Ezekiel will also bamf out his wings again, and he'll kind of float like a foot above the water, and he'll ask, "Do any of our little people want a ride?" Non-derogatorily.
Sienna will just kind of fly above the water so she doesn't have to be in the ickiness. And then I don't think I should have to suffer from difficult terrain if I fly and just use my flying speed. Which I think is my normal walking speed. I have to double check.
Ivan, Aspen, do you guys want to ride on my shoulder? So that way you're not having to trudge through water.
Sure, why not?
First come, first serve. Ezekiel will grab Simon by his backpack and put him up on his shoulder.
Okay.
So he's like hovering a foot off the ground because of his wings, and then he has Simon on him.
Alright, so you guys want to roll initiative? And then crawl that way through the dungeon? Or not? Oh, okay. I didn't, okay. Alright, calm down. No, I'm kidding.
Jesus Christ, it's too fast!
If you're all in initiative, I think Lan is first, right? So, Lan? I think it counts, Simon. I think it actually does count. It says all rolls, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, go ahead, Lan.
Man's actually gonna go this way. Nope, no, he's not. 10, 20, 30. Land's gonna go this way, 40, and he'll dash 10, 20. 25. And Land's gonna finish his turn by he's gonna reach up and grab his earring and whisper to the group. It looks like up here potentially leads to the same area that if you look north, south, if you look east, so Land's basically indicating here. Yeah, it looks like up here leads to the same area as if you go this way, and that'll be his turn.
Okay, Aspen.
Okay. Gonna start moving forward. If it's difficult terrain, I'm gonna dash. So that's 10. Whoops, I don't want to measure. I want to move 10. Why is it measuring?
It does automatically, but we can't see it though.
Oh, okay. So 10, 20, 30. That's one, so I'm gonna dash. 10, 20, 30, 40, and end there. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. 11.
stuck on top of Ezekiel's pauldron. So next, I guess.
Okay, I mean, there's still actions you can take, but if there is none, we can move on.
I'm holding on to my spells.
Oh, okay, Sienna, your turn.
So I'm flying, so I can go my normal speed, and that is what I'm
Right.
going to do.
Okay, yep, you fly to get your rest of the submerged part of your legs out of the water, so you can move normally.
And I'm just going to dash. Why aren't you moving? This is great. Well, that's as far as I'm going. But I would like to say I think the stonework in here is quite pretty. At least the floor is.
It does look. You don't see like tiling patterns like this, like really anywhere anymore. You do notice that. Ezekiel, your turn.
Okay. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40. I guess I will use my action to dash. 10, 20, 30, 40. Are these like wells or basins of water?
Yes.
Okay. I'll use my action to dash, so I can't make like a perception check or anything. So it'll be my turn.
All right, Emerson.
All right. And then I'm gonna dash to there and in my turn.
Okay, for cover.
Okay, so this is just for funsies because I haven't used the thing yet. A while back when I talked to you about something stupid Polkappa was gonna make, she's gonna bust them out now that she built into the bottom of her shoes. Uh, she calls them smally pollies, which are essentially metal stilts that collapse and get bigger. I can post a picture of it in Discord for my idea. Just for like
Nice.
aesthetics, it doesn't actually do anything as far as lengthening your speed unless you want to add that
Like-
in. It's just so she doesn't have to walk in the water, like submerged halfway in
Like
the water.
go gadget stilts.
Pretty much. Thank you, but let me put a picture in because I have one on my phone. They're called Smalley Dollies, so something kind of reminiscent of that live. But I just posted in the Discord. Just for fun.
Okay.
Like a
Right,
heel
so that's
kick
the
to
idea of it.
extend yeah, so kind of like
To make you
crutches
taller.
where you can extend the height kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, she built them in the bottom of her boots.
Sure, but I would say your expertise and the tools you have, sure, you could build that. That's
But
not a
just for
problem.
funsies. She's gonna do that. Just bust them out now. Because she doesn't like standing in water.
I mean, it's not weighing your body down on the water anymore. So I would say.
Oh yeah, no, just for just RP comfort reasons. Like I don't want to stay in it. So it's just works. That's all.
I'm not going to consider neutralizing difficult terrain as OP. Like if you're using stilts to stand out of water, not at a level 10 dungeon. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, my plan was just like whatever you let me add them in as far as actual usefulness. It was just more for funsies.
No, I'm fine with it.
Awesome.
We'll say it eliminates the difficult terrain of the water because it's very situational.
Okay, perfect. So then she could get there with her movement and carefully dash so she doesn't face plant using them the first time to get just a little bit farther to keep up. To get to there, and that'll be her turn.
turn around and you see this giant creature that has awoken and is beginning to walk in your direction. This creature, in fact, would be a giant crocodile that was asleep and is no longer. He's going to join initiative. Okay, Lan, it's your turn, but this crocodile has made his presence known and he's coming your direction.
Lan is going to look at it, and then he's going to face this direction, and he's just going to reach up and say, giant crocodile, giant crocodile. And then he is going to use his Veil Shard Cloak to Misty Step. Not too far, but decent distance.
Yeah, it's distance, you know.
Right.
Fucking crocodile.
So that'll get him about right there. And then as part of it, I become heavily obscured until the start of my next turn, as wisps of shadow cling to your form and mask your position. And then I'm going to try and stealthily. So you said it's difficult terrain. So basically, our movement is like what, halved?
Yeah, it's flooded with water until right here.
Okay.
Then the stonework emerges and you can walk out of it.
Okay, then
Or the water sinks to an acceptable level. Like really, like right here or something. Like right here, it would really loosen up and it wouldn't be difficult anymore.
Okay. So Lan is going to try and stealthily. So I'll roll a stealth check. 24, not bad. So he's going to, after he misty steps that far, he's gonna get right there. And yeah, he'll just say one more time into his earring, giant crocodile. And that'll be his turn.
All right, Aspen, you hear giant crocodile, and it's your turn. What do you want to do?
To Lan, it's like, are you trying to summon a giant crocodile? The Legend of Bloody Mary, you're trying to summon one, or do you see one?
There's a giant crocodile behind me, and he saw me, and he's coming to have me for lunch.
Be like, well, I'll try and get there when I can, but...
Nope, stay there. I'm coming. You guys just stay there.
I'll just stay there, but okay, well, I'll just stop and pause and wait until we see Lan safe and all that, so I'll just do nothing this turn. Yeah, that's my turn.
Simon.
Hop off of Ezekiel's shoulder.
There's no difficult terrain once you pass here. Let everybody know. Once you pass like right there or so.
Is this dim lighting or well lit?
I would say that no, this area is not the only one. It's only lit by Ezekiel's light spell. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a light source in the room.
How far does the spell reach? 20, 10?
20 feet with bright light, and then beyond that, 20 feet with dim light. I believe.
So I'm in dim light, so I'm going to cast Step of Night.
Yeah, you technically would be in dim light if you're just beyond 20 from Ezekiel. Pretty cool.
wings and dash to where land might be. That's my turn.
All right. Use your steps of night to gain a flying speed around there. And Sienna, it's your turn.
So I guess are we backtracking slightly? Let's see. Come on. Why are you being glitchy?
All right, Sienna, so you're flying back, I guess.
I guess a little bit, because isn't this kind of the direction land's probably coming? Sorry, my computer's being slow for whatever reason.
No, I was just wondering the 10. I can move your token along if you need me to, or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh right now and see if it runs a little better, but I probably could just move another like 5 feet anyway. I'll go ahead and end there. I don't think there's a point to readying because I'm not sure if he'll be back around by the time my turn comes around, so I'll end there.
All right, Ezekiel.
Okay. So land went up this way, correct?
Yeah, you remember him going that way.
Okay. So then I will backtrack as he's chanting crocodile. We'll get to there. And we'll dash. So 10, 20, 30. And I will use the last 10 feet of my movement to go up into the air. So now instead of 5 feet, I'm 15 feet. Or
Okay.
I guess before I do that, I should ask, how high is the ceiling in this place?
60 feet or so.
Okay, so yeah, 15 feet in the air.
Okay.
And then I will just unsheath my sword and wait for the crocodile to come in, I guess. That'll be my turn.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So the crocodile will move, of course. Ezekiel, he sees you flying in the air, and I don't think he can reach you. So he swims underneath you and approaches Sienna. Sienna, this giant crocodile is swimming up to you. He opens his maw as he goes to attack you. So he gets one bite and one tail attack.
Maybe I should have readied in action, but I didn't. Oh well.
Okay, it's the first combat in forever. It's all good. 13.
That'll miss.
Okay. 19 with the tail.
Oh, that'll hit.
Right. So the tail do 16 bludgeoning damage. Make a strength saving throw of 16.
Yeah, I'm super strong. This will go well. Strict. Oh, why was it advantage on? Well, it failed either way.
All right, so you go prone, and you're now under the water.
That's unfortunate.
All right, well, just in case you get pinned down by the crocodile and you're not able to get up and breathe, what's your constitution modifier?
1.
Okay, that's how many rounds you can hold your breath without taking damage. All right, Emrys, your turn. You see this horrifically large giant crocodile attack Sienna and submerge her.
Alright. Then I'm going to I'm gonna start off with Thunderbolt.
Okay. Range spell attack. So roll your range spell attack, Thunderbolt.
Hold on.
That'll hit. Took his
Hey.
reaction away. Till the start of your
Fair
next
enough.
turn.
All right, now I'm in my turn right there.
Okay. All right, there. Forkuppa, your turn.
Can we see where Sienna is, like underneath the water, or is it like completely obscured where we can like see her underneath there?
Yeah, you can see her. She's not so deep to where you can't see her under the water. I mean, she could literally stand up and she'll be able to breathe. I mean, you know. So you can see her.
I just couldn't tell.
The only way
Considering
yeah, if she gets pinned, she might have a hard time, but you could
Okay.
easily pick her up.
Sorry, I couldn't remember if you described it when you related here, if it was like clear water you could see through or murky enough that you couldn't.
Oh, yeah,
Can
you can see her.
I cast Vortex Warp on Sienna to get her out of its range where she's submerged and broke?
Yeah. Yeah, as long as she chooses to fail that, you can teleport her. Yep, because you can see her.
I would like to do that if Anna will let me.
I guess I will.
Unless you want to stay underwater with the
mean,
crocodile, you know?
Kind of hard
I
to like ask for consent if I'm actively under the water.
Oh, you know what would be cool? She has her, oh shit, wait a second. I think I just fumbled something huge. Weren't you flying, Sienna?
Yeah, but I was only like 5 feet in the air. I wasn't
Oh,
super
shit.
high off the ground, so if I had a speed, he probably could still hit, because I wasn't that high off the ground.
True, he is reach, so enough reach for that, but not for Ezekiel. I had to double check. All right, cool. So, you know what would be cool is the vortex warp her up into the air. Her wings are out. She would just stay in that position. She lands, stops that in the air.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Can we do that?
That's a pretty cool option you could do. I haven't seen anybody do it yet, but yeah, you can pick a point in the air.
Awesome. Yeah, I would like to.
Surface of liquid. Yeah, her wings are out. It can technically be that. Yeah, that'll fit her. All right, go
The
ahead.
whiplash on that would be crazy.
Yeah.
So basically, move her from there to up as high as I can without her hitting like the ceiling kind of thing. So, so she has time to realize where she is, even if she drops a little bit, she can catch herself.
Yeah, you can see. You can look up and just see a space 20 feet above the crocodile or something. And put her there.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. Because we don't
Okay,
want
that'll be
Sienna getting
just out of hers. That'll be way out of his range. He only has 10 feet of range. You can tell from his tail attack that he did earlier. You can tell that other than that, he probably can't reach that far. So yeah, Sienna appears up in that space, and since your wings are still out, they innately kick in and keep you afloat.
And then just gonna back up a little bit so I'm not in the water directly anymore. And that'll be it.
Okay, Land, your turn.
Lan is going to 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 10, 20, 30. Lan will get to right there and will just look out and say, oh shit. And that'll be his turn.
Aspen? Also, how far past 8 do you guys want to go? I'm just throwing it out there.
After this fight with the crocodile, I think is a good stopping point.
Okay.
I'm gonna move up to it right here. And I'm gonna rage. Not
Okay.
gonna forget to do that. I'm gonna rage. And
Defiance. Roar of Defiance.
it's been a little bit since we've done combat, but yeah, why not?
Alright. Alright, so this thunderous roar just booms through the cavern you guys are in. Even the water itself vibrates a minute from this impact from Aspen raging, going into a rage.
Can I try and use a javelin to try and stick it in between its mouth so it can't bite?
I'll allow it. It's pretty
Not quite
creative.
sure what I would have to roll for that, but
Let me.
It's just like trying to shoving a javelin into its mouth so it can't bite.
Double check the rules for something like that. I'm gonna allow it. I just want to see how.
Right.
I think it sounds awesome.
Would it be like a sleight of hand thing to get the timing just right?
Well, here's the thing. His jaws are not open all the way. So Aspen, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to
try it and then stick it
Yep.
in. Yeah.
You're gonna have to stomp on his lower jaw and shove the upper one up with one arm. So that right there will be an athletics check. Fortunately, you're raging. I think does rage give you advantage on athletics?
Rage.
I don't know.
I think it
Does it? All strength-based things.
All strength
Checks.
advantage on strength checks.
So
and saving.
advantage is athletics is a strength check. So and the DC. So the DC would be 15 because he's currently trying to attack Sienna.
Right. Okay, so athletics. Nat 20.
Right, you got a nat 20. Alright, so what happens, you lunge forward at the right moment. The crocodile tries to snap, and the javelin slams like crosswise between its jaws with a crack of wood and bone. And these muscles bunch on the crocodile, and the beat thrashes, but the leverage is just perfect. The jaws are forced wide open, teeth grinding uselessly as you plant your feet and lock it in place, Aspen. Well done. Water churns around the crocodile. Crocodile tries to roar in fury, but he can tell he can't because of the javelin, and he's sort of slamming his tail on the water. So that will restrain him until the end of his next turn. His bite attack that will disable it for 2 rounds.
Yay!
You figure, unless he manages to break it or something
Right.
breaks it. But yeah, you wedge him, and that manages to restrain him.
Alright. Then that'll be the end of my turn, so I'm assuming that's an entire action. There's no way I can
Yeah.
do anything else. Yeah, that's an entire action. So yeah, bonus action, action. That's the end of my turn.
All right, Simon.
I'm gonna fly there with movement, bonus action, Misty Step. 1, 2. I can just account for me now.
Yeah, you can just literally just drag the token to your moving speed and just drop it. It's pretty dope now.
Then I want to take a shot at it with my lattice carbine.
Oh shit, breaking out the tech. All right, go for it. Okay, that'll hit for sure. All right, so you guys hear this brief charge up of a rifle, and the lights through the chamber in 3 little slots like puff out this blue, like silently blue flame as it shoots the round, pierces this golden streak of ammunition, just flies into the crocodile and just sort of pierces into him. Nice.
Is that what we turn?
Sienna. Bust the cap in his ass.
Yeah, I'm gonna sudden stampede it, just basically in a line going up east with the tool, I guess.
Like upward from,
Yeah.
like away from Aspen. Ezekiel's in the air, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, it could just be like a straight, like, line.
Right. Nobody
I
else
won't
is
say
in the
up and
way.
down, but like,
Yeah, vertical, like shaboom, like that.
just like that, essentially.
Okay, so you coalesce these phase spirit horses, and they begin to gallop through the water like Arwen did to the ring race that one time, and it sort of tramples over the crocodile. He has to make a dexterity saving throw or get walloped. He gets a 15, so that fails, and he will take 60-10 bludgeoning damage and get knocked prone. All right, go ahead and roll the damage. Very, very good, actually. So
Above average, at least.
yeah, massive damage, and he falls. Or the water splashes upward, and you can still see his like his jaws wedged from the javelin. He's very pissed off.
How does it feel, sucker?
That's right, revenge. Anything else?
No, it's it.
All right, Ezekiel, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to swoop down and let's see. I'm going to bonus action twist the handle on my sword and have it extend out an extra 5 feet.
Okay. The links come apart and it extends.
So I'm now 10 feet in the air, and then I will take 2 swings at El Crocodile.
Okay.
First
prone,
swing.
He's prone, so you get advantage.
Ooh. Is a 21
That hits.
for 15.
You carve a massive chunk out of the crocodile. He's sort of writhing in pain from the attack. Go ahead.
Second swing is a 22.
That hits.
And I'm going to pump a Divine Smite into this. Let's do level 2 Divine Smite.
Naturally prone? I mean, technically, yeah, but he's still per the effect of the spell prone in the water in this case. I know it sounds silly because he can swim in the water, but he doesn't. He's not like currently in the act of swimming. It can't be
Like, would he
innate.
be on his back essentially?
I mean, sure. Yeah, we could rule it that way. He'd be flipped over and his belly up or something like that. I mean, we could do it like that. I mean, either way, it's just I have to rule him prone due to the spell effect. But yeah, that's a great question. Wouldn't a swimming creature just essentially do what Sienna did when she just poofed into the air? I mean, that's a great question. I think it's fair to rule that as a yes. Like we could say that he doesn't go prone; he just goes into the water and he just stays swimming. I think that robs her of the spell effect though, so I'm gonna say no. Ezekiel, your turn.
Second hit is a 24 damage wise.
Okay, how do you want to do this?
Ooh, sick. I guess the first swing will. I'm basically gonna fatality Jason Voorhees it from Mortal Kombat. I'm just gonna. Each swing is just gonna cleave a little bit through the neck until the head is completely off.
Or you hear the echo through the cavern as you see Ezekiel taking chunks off of the head of the crocodile until it is lifeless and, well, headless in the water, and just blood just spreads out from the corpse. And that will be the end of combat. And I think I'll go ahead and leave y'all in this initiative, and then we'll call it here and resume our long-awaited slab of action in this dungeon. We haven't had fucking combat in forever. I've been itching. I've had the itch. So we'll continue this story next week. I think we're doing next Friday too, right? Yep.
Yeah, next week.
Okay, cool. Or not next Friday, next Sunday. All right, cool. All right, I'll hop off here.
Awesome session. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.